Great. So we do have some items on today's closed session. At this point, we'll see if we have any public comment on this closed session agenda. I'm going to go ahead and look to the room, seeing nobody. I'm going to turn to the Zoom and ask that if you're participating via Zoom, you use the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen, or *9 if you're participating via landline and wish to comment on today's closed session agenda. Looking to the clerk for hands up via the Zoom, seeing none, we will go ahead and close the public comment and recess this board to closed session. We will reconvene here in chambers at 10:30 a.m.
Morning, Julian.
Hi, Haley. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Pretty good. We're just testing out some stopwatches for public comment.
Okay.
Were you able to hear the alarm?
Yes, I was.
All right, good.
I see the timer on my screen too.
Was it loud and clear? Was it distorted?
Yeah, I think so. Very.
Okay. All right. So you could go ahead and share your screen, and then we'll see if we run into any problems with what you're going to present to the board. And then, are you going to present anything with sound?
Yes.
You are? Okay, so when you hit the share screen, there's there's like a little box at the bottom of the bottom left corner that says share sound. So if you want to stop your share, and then unless you did it already.
I didn't touch the sound, no.
So when you click on share screen, there's an option at the bottom left corner for share sound.
Oh yeah, there we go. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Oh. I'm getting an error message. Just on my end.
What is it saying?
It says, to share your computer audio, please install the Zoom audio device. Please restart your audio sharing application, such as the media player, after install to continue sharing computer sound.
Maybe exit what it is that you're.
Or I can just allow it, and then I can. Or just, should we just try it without me sharing that, or let's just try, see if you can hear this.
At Natividad, your family's health and...
Yeah, okay. So we should be fine.
Okay.
So here's my presentation. So I would put it into the slideshow mode. And then
At Natividad, your family's health and safety are...
Got that. Just images. This is some audio.
If you look for information about the coronavirus and the... If you look for information...
I've got some visuals, another audio.
Industry as a whole is trying to do its part. Industry.
Yeah, everything.
I'm going to go back and just make sure I can navigate out of that better, okay?
Okay.
Industry as a
The
whole.
only thing that I see is there's a little bit of lag, especially when playing videos or switching between slides.
Okay.
But other than that, everything looks and sounds good.
Okay. That particular video is kind of it's kind of a little bit bumpy anyway. Like there's actually a little lag time on my end too. This one?
Yeah.
Industry as a whole is trying to do its part to stop the spread.
It's a little bit funny.
And that includes
but it's just the way that that slide is. And then these ones are videos.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Showbiz. Do you have any questions?
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo están?
And then we've got
Do you have questions about coronavirus?
We've shown a lot of videos today.
COVID-19 is... The following is a message from the leaders of Monterey.
Some visuals. Visuals.
Do I have the...
Last one.
Welcome, and thank you for trusting Natividad with your care.
That's it.
All right. Thank you.
Are you okay with everything?
Yeah, everything looks good except for the lag, but it's not too bad.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I can improve upon it on that.
I don't know if you have a lot of windows open.
No, I just have just my email on this open. That's it. But I can restart my computer and make it all nice and fresh too. You know.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
So, okay. Well, thank you for your time, Julian. So I will call in or zoom in at 1:30 then. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. And then who all is on the call? So we have the Board of Supervisors. Are there a lot of public members on the call, or who normally is on the call?
Yeah, so we get a combination between county employees, county staff, and members of the public. Panelists are all made up of board members and staff members. And we usually have anywhere between 14 to 30 people on as panelists. And as far as attendees, which makes up more, mainly public members of the public, and like I said, more county employees, I would say anywhere between between 15 and 30 people. So maybe like a total of like no more than 80 people.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. And I will see you at 1:30 then.
All right, see you in a bit.
Okay. Thanks, Julian.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. What about this one? Hello. Check, check. Check, baby, 1, 2. Public mic, public mic.
Testing the wireless mic. Sure. Testing the wireless mic. Awesome.
Test, test. My clerk's mic too? Oh, the other side. Clerk's mic 2, clerk's mic 2. No? Oh, which one? I did test, test. That was me. Yeah. That's okay.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and call to order the directors of the East Garrison Community Services District. Let the record reflect that all directors are present, less Supervisor Alejo, either in room or via Zoom. With that, I will ask our clerk, Valerie, to lead us in the pledge. Can we get the announcement of the interpreter, please?
Hola, mi nombre es Omar y yo voy a ser el intérprete durante esta junta directiva.
Thank you. Now we're going to see if we have any additions or corrections to the East Garrison Community Services District agenda.
There are no additions and corrections.
Great. At this point, we'll open it up for general public comments on this East Garrison agenda. Again, this is on items not on today's consent agenda. It's an opportunity for the public to share their comments or concerns. We'll go ahead and turn to the Zoom, seeing nobody in room. We'll remind people participating via Zoom to please use the raise hand function. If you're participating via a landline or a cell phone, *9 will raise your hand and it'll let us know that you wish to be recognized. All right, seeing no hands up, we'll go ahead and close general public comment, bring it back to this board for our consent calendar, which has one item. What is the will of the board on this item?
Move approval.
Second.
I've got a motion from Parker and a second from Phillips. Before we vote, I will once again see if we have any public comment on this consent item. Seeing no hands up on the Zoom and nobody rushing the mic in room, we'll go ahead and close that public comment and do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. And with that, we will adjourn the Board of Directors of the East Garrison Community Services District and call to order the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. I'm going to go ahead and call out that on roll call, all members are present except for Supervisor Alejo, who has an excused absence. Additions or corrections to this particular agenda, Madam Clerk?
There are no additions and corrections.
Okay, at this point, we'll open up for general public comments on this Water Resources Agency agenda and see if we have any members of the public who wish to make a general public comment. Seeing nobody in room, no hands up via the Zoom, we'll go ahead and close that public comment, bring it back to this board where we also have one item on consent. What is the will of the board?
Move approval.
Second?
I have a motion from Phillips and a second from Adams, and we'll once again see if we have any public comment on this consent item. Seeing no hands up via the Zoom and nobody in room, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. With that, we will adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors on our public agenda items. Let the record reflect that all members of this board are present, less Supervisor Alejo, who has an excused absence. At this point, I will check with our clerk to see if we have any additions or corrections.
There are additions and corrections to this agenda, and that is to add to ceremonial resolutions. Item number 15.1, adopt a resolution honoring the legacy of Tomas T. Alejo, Jr. and recognition of his services to our country and community.
Do I have any public comment on these changes to our agenda? Seeing nobody in room, no hands up via the Zoom, I will bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion from Phillips and a second from Parker. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Now we have our consent calendar, so I'll start by seeing if any member of this board wishes to pull an item from our consent calendar.
I do, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull number 36 for question, please.
Okay. Any other items? Okay, I'll turn to the public and see if the public has any items that they wish to pull from today's consent calendar. see no hands up going up via the Zoom and nobody in room, we'll go ahead and turn to Supervisor Phillips for questions on item 36.
Well, 36, Mr. Chair, it has to do with the job contracts, but at least 3 of these that are on the award for facilities are companies I've never heard of. Newton Construction and Management, Gustav, another one, Precision Construction, and Jacob Construction. You know, and I think especially we're giving contract out, we ought to be supporting our local contractors. And I have a concern. It seems like when we go outside and we bring contractors in to do jobs that we don't know, a lot of times then they bid low and then we end up with a lot of change orders that come floating. And just from a standpoint of environmentally, they're bidding on jobs here, but they're going to have to travel here and back and bring their equipment in and things. So I have a concern about why we don't have local contractors under this. And if are these really local contractors? I know sometimes they put up a storefront, but it's just most of a post office box. So that's my concern, that we're giving these contracts out to non-local contractors.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. I'll see if there's anybody from RMA who wishes to comment on that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I think Lindsay Larrable, if she could be added. She worked on the facilities side of the JOC program relative to when the RFP went out. Of course, we are limited in you know, what responses we get to the RFP. I see Lindsay's being added now. But maybe I'll let her speak to, you know, kind of specifics of what Gordian, working with Gordian, how that process worked, and, you know, the bids that we got. Lindsay?
I'm sorry, I had technical difficulties. I just now signed on, so I apologize. I missed that first part. So if Randy can step in and get me up to speed, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Chair and members of the board. Randy Ishii, Chief of Public Works, here with RMA to assist with the question. As with the road and bridge and with the facilities, JOC contracts that were adopted by the board for plan specifications and solicited on our behalf by and through Gordian Group, there is a requirement that the contractors do have local offices. While their corporate office may be elsewhere, they are required to have a local office. And as a requirement of the contract, they're required to make a good faith effort to make every attempt possible to hire and use local residents as the workforce for the program. We recognize that the contractors who are the low bidders for the facilities group are ones that may not be as familiar to us, but they had to meet the same requirements as the other contractors who have bid and are the lowest responsive bidders, like Granite Rock, Granite, and others.
Any follow-up questions, Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, if I can. Yeah, I mean, when we say that they have local offices, what does that mean? I mean, have we checked to see what constitutes a local office? And it's always sounds good when they say, and they'll make a good faith effort to hire locally, but that just doesn't occur a lot of the time. So I'd be interested to see what do we mean by that they have local offices?
Supervisor Adams?
Thanks. Yes, I share the concern that Supervisor Phillips brought forward. And I guess I would ask as well, is the local office like the trailer on the job, or is it really that they've got an offshoot? But and as far as hiring locals, what do we do to check on this, to ensure that in fact they are doing what they require, what the contract requires?
Supervisor Adams, this is Lindsay Larable, Chief of Facilities. I can answer that question. As Chief of Facilities, I'm actually monitoring the JOC policy or the JOC program pretty closely for both Public Works, Parks, and Facilities, any actually entity within Resource Management Agency that is using the program. And one of the reports that we get biweekly reports, but I'm also doing reconciling into a master list that shows if we're hitting that 50% mark. So all contractors, all projects, I am monitoring that closely, which I'm also in return reporting back to the committees so we can ensure that that's in fact being followed through. So in some cases with contractors, if there's not a local specialty, trade, that we will have to go out of the area. But for the most part, we hit a pretty high percentage in the high 80s to 90 percentile local subs. So I will continue to monitor that and make sure that we're following through with that obligation.
Thank you. And maybe what we should do, since this is, how our local is such an important element to us, perhaps if you could come back quarterly or something to give us an update on how that is going, so that we can really ensure that we can report back to our own residents and constituents that, yeah, this is something that we're looking at and we are making progress on it.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to do that. And just to clarify, you're referring to the Board of Supervisors or to the separate committees?
To the Board of Supervisors.
Absolutely, I would be happy to do that.
Thank you. And I think for me, I agree with the sentiment here. Buying local, using local contractors is one of the things that pushed me to run for office, being part of a small family car dealership in South County, and knowing that too often we see our tax dollars leave the area. And so looking at this, I think one of the things that we might consider here soon is re-looking at our buy local ordinance, which has been in effect. We got a great presentation just a couple months ago from Mike Durr and his staff. So perhaps looking at what the requirements are under that ordinance and strengthening them if appropriate. I think this is a great conversation to continue there, knowing that that's what helps keep the dollars local as well. Any other comments from board members? I see Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, and I understand when you got to go outside when it's a specialized, like we saw with jails and you see it in the Nativity Hospital where it's a specialized function where you have to go outside. What were local contractors? Did they bid on this, or were no local contractors bid on this project?
I can't recall. Florence, do you remember the other firms? Maybe Florence Cabasa Green, the project manager 3, can help answer that question. Oh, Florence, are you on the call? I don't, so I apologize for that. So I don't remember if we did have the name of the other firms, but I'll be happy to look that up and get back to you.
All right, well, I wouldn't mind maybe putting this over a week to get those questions answered, but that's just my thought.
Okay, I'd be happy to come back next week and provide those answers.
At this point, we have pulled 36. I want to see if there's any public comment on item 36. See no hands up, nobody in room coming to the microphone. We'll go ahead and close the public comment and bring it back for our consent calendar. What is the will of the board?
Move consent minus 36, right?
Yes, I would like to put 36 over for a week to take another look at it. We called and tried to get the answers yesterday. We didn't. I didn't get the answers that satisfied me. So,
is that a second, Supervisor Phillips?
Yes, second. Thank you.
Okay, so I've got a motion from Parker and a second from Phillips. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez?
Aye. The consent calendar has been moved. Thank you very much. With that, we're going to head into our next item, which is our ceremonial resolutions, which are items number 3 through 15.1. At this point, I'll see if I have any public comment on these ceremonial resolutions. All right, seeing no hands up via the Zoom, nobody coming forward in room, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval.
Second.
I've got a motion from Phillips and a second from Adams. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Looking at these resolutions today, you know, there's a theme, which is Military and Veterans Affairs Commission's Veterans of the Year. And we did add a late resolution on in honor of Supervisor Alejo's father, who passed away this weekend. He was also a veteran, a Vietnam vet. He was a father, and he was a great person who fought for his community. And looking at the legacy that he leaves behind in the form of his family, in the form of his loved ones, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize him, to spend some time as a board recognizing the loss to our community, the loss to our fellow board member, Supervisor Alejo. We know that the family is hurting, but we also know that Supervisor Alejo spent a lot of time with his father at the end. And that's so critically important as we prioritize what matters in life, and family always comes first. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity to reflect on the life of Tomas Alejo Jr., who did so much for our community in so many ways and left a beautiful legacy in the form of his family, in the form of all of the different things he accomplished for our community through the fights and the struggles that he took on himself as a pastor, as a father, and as an activist in our community. And so I just wanted to take a moment as we pass this resolution to recognize that. We will be presenting this resolution to the family this weekend as they take on the services that their family will have to endure as they remember his legacy and reflect on his beautiful life. And so I just wanted to take a moment to share those words, and I want to give an opportunity to my fellow board members and see if they wish to comment as well. Supervisor Phillips, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I share your feelings. It was a Friday night. We were watching the fight, and we learned about it. And I text Supervisor Alejo that it wasn't a good night all the way around. Although Ruben Villa really fought a hard fight, but Mr. Alejo lost his fight right before that. But I have to commend him, and it is tough on our fellow supervisor when you lose your dad, especially a strong, hardworking, motivated man like he was. It's tough. But as I mentioned, Supervisor Alejo, I don't think anybody could have had a better son. He was there for his dad time and time again. So our thoughts are with Luis and the entire family. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay. With
Well
that,
said.
we'll go ahead. Great. Thank you. With that, we'll head into our appointments. We have one item on today, number 16, which is a reappointment of Kirk Golnick to the Agriculture Advisory Committee with a term ending June 30th, 2023. I'll see if we have any public comment on that appointment. Seeing no hands up, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval.
Second.
Got a motion from Phillips and a second from Adams. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. Thank you very much. With that, we'll turn to board comments, and we'll start with Supervisor Adams in District 5.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a few things. On Wednesday, October 14th at 5:30, we'll be having a virtual chat. District 5 will be having a virtual chat with Senator Bill Monning. And people can visit my Facebook page for joining details and to access a survey that enables you to submit questions in advance. We're going to discuss the interface between state government and county government, as well as have a personal chat about Senator Monning's decades-long commitment to community service. On Thursday, October 15th at 5:30, we'll be having a virtual town hall for residents and businesses along Rio Road from Highway 1 east to its terminus, just past Carmel Rancho Boulevard. Our Chief of Public Works, Randy Ishii, will present options for improving parking and traffic issues in the area. And then Monday and Tuesday, October 19th and 20th, I want to bring to the public's attention that Monterey Peninsula College is going to host an open community forum with finalists in its superintendent's president's search. So community members are invited to submit questions in advance via a survey that is accessible on the MPC website. An excellent example of having community input into the decision of a very critical community job. So those are the things that I have coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. We'll go to Supervisor Parker next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two things. I want to thank our Human Resources Department Director, Irma Ramirez-Bao, and Ariana Hurtado for joining me on Hot Topics last night to go through some of the policies and procedures that our Human Resources Department has put into place to allow employees to telework, return to the work site in ways that are safe for themselves, for their coworkers, and for the community. So because we have such a broad variety of departments and job functions, the kinds of policies and procedures that the county Human Resources Department has been able to put together, I think can really serve as a model for a lot of other employers about how to return people to the workplace, allows some flexibility. Anyway, it was a really good presentation. There were some good questions and comments, and I appreciate them taking the time to be there. And then I also want to mention that there are going to be testing sites in Salinas, in Marina, and in Seaside this week, starting today. Tomorrow at Marina Library in the morning, and Thursday at Marina Library in the afternoon and evening. There will be testing for anyone over the age of, 18 or older. There is no charge for these COVID-19 tests, and we really ask that you bring a photo identification, and if you do have insurance, it's probably good to bring that, but there's no out-of-pocket payment for you. And then on Thursday in the morning, the testing site, there will be a testing site at Seaside High School, and then again on Friday afternoon and evening at Seaside High School. So we really appreciate the support from the state to make sure that residents on the peninsula are able to access testing. And then, of course, starting next week, there will be a permanent site at Seaside High School, which should make it easier for folks from, North County and the peninsula to get tested. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. We'll go to Supervisor Phillips next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the theme out here these days is traffic and trash. But I know we had a fatality last night, a pedestrian fatality, and we were talking with the CHP this morning, and they made us aware of a federal grant that they have to conduct a regional traffic safety campaign in Monterey County. It started on October 1st and will be completed in September 30th, 21. And the CHP will deploy officers on enhanced enforcement on Highway 101, State Route 168, 156, and 183, and unincorporated roads where the CHP area has jurisdiction. And you look at in 2020, there were 31 fatal crashes in Monterey County, 2 on Highway 156, 4 on San Miguel Canyon Road, and 5 on highways in North Alone. So this task force top priority will be crash factors, unsafe, and enhancements along that line. Out here, we had 4 crashes on San Miguel Road. One, a motorcycle where they pulled out in a driveway with a kickstand. The second one was a pedestrian who was killed last night on Hambley Lane off of San Miguel. A drunk driver head-on collision last week killed 2, and then the motorcyclist that was killed in Moro and San Miguel. So real traffic concerns. I know we've been working with Public Works, and we had a crash out on Fruitland at Salinas Road, and Public Works is in the process of getting that intersection modified to make it safer. They're doing some immediate concerns and things to fix that. On the trash issue, I still, even with COVID, the number one concern that we hear from our constituents is trash, and I think it's got even worse during COVID. And I was driving Saturday afternoon, and I stopped and saw two ladies, young ladies that we put on our Facebook page today. Both last name was Glenn. They were out there picking up trash on the highway. I stopped to ask them why, and they just said, well, it needs to be done. So we're gonna, we thanked them, we're recognizing them, but we want to start working with the illegal dumping and litter abatement task force to really start pushing some cleanups like that in North County. That's a big concern for our people. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. I just wanted to share a couple things with our communities today. The first is that yesterday I was very fortunate to co-host a town hall with our Congressman Jimmy Panetta with First Five, which focused on our response to COVID and putting families at the center of that response, and how we recover and the need to continue to focus on young children and our families through this critical crisis. And so I just wanted to thank everybody who had a participating role in that. There was about 13 agencies who partnered to help facilitate a great conversation about policies happening at the federal level, local level, and how those are being implemented to best affect outcomes here in our communities. I also have that opioid town hall that I mentioned last week coming up on the 26th, and I know that ODs and overdoses and impacts to our community, especially in South County, continue to impact families throughout the region. And so we do invite anybody who has interest in learning about the epidemic or getting access to Narcan to join us on that town hall. The details are available on Front Street Soledad's Facebook page. It will be virtual, and we will have a pickup point for that Narcan available after. Obviously, the census continues. We encourage folks to fill out your census. There's still a few weeks left, and it's critical. It's critical. It's critical. We also have a tire recycling event going on at the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority. Driving through the community this weekend, I saw quite a few tires dumped on roadsides when right now they're accepting them for free. There's no cost. All you have to do is pull in and drop them off. They'll take them with or without rim. And so I just wanted to make sure that the community was aware of that opportunity, which typically is 1 month a year, but because of the critical nature of this year's cleanup season being extended due to COVID, we asked folks to go ahead and take advantage of that program. Bring your tires by any of the recycling centers for the Solid Waste Authority, and we'll take care of those for you and dispose of them in an appropriate way. Lastly, I did want to give a shout out to our elections department as we continue to barrel towards this upcoming November 3rd election. They do have two wonderful workshops that they're going to provide. One is today from 3:30 to 4:15 on Zoom, and the other is tomorrow, October 15th, from 5 to 5:45. The difference between the two is the one today on the 14th, or I'm sorry, tomorrow on the 14th, I got my days mixed up there, is in English, and the one on the 15th is in Spanish. Now, what this particular Zoom call is going to cover is how you can best vote, what to expect at your polling place, when and where to return your ballot, and details about mailing your ballot with the Monterey County Office of Elections taking lead on that presentation. I know I've received a lot of questions in my office about how folks can vote and get their ballot in. So this is an opportunity for the public to cut straight to the chase with our elections department, the folks that handle and count your ballots. Again, those are available on Zoom. Look to the elections page on Facebook for additional information. And with that, I will go ahead and close my comments and turn to our CAO for his comments and referrals.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to take this moment to say happy birthday early. Tomorrow, I understand, is your birthday. You're catching up to the rest of us. Appreciate that. So an early happy birthday. It's good to have another Libra here on the dais. And with that, I have no other comments except to say we do not have any referrals, any new referrals this week.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. And I did have a request from Supervisor Adams to make a comment on referral, so I'm going to go ahead and open the floor to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and happy birthday early. All we Libras is just terrific. At any rate, I noticed on the referral that the short-term rentals have now been moved to November 17th. And I just want to let people know that I'm really kind of disappointed in the change on this, because the board has directed the staff to expedite this, and the Planning Commission has asked for our policy guidance. This issue needs to come before the board sooner rather than later. I mean, we've been working on this referral for 4.5 years. So it's time for us to bring it to fruition. And then secondly, on the ADU referral, I think it's really great that we're working with United Way on some of the standard plans. And I'm just wondering if staff might be able to let us know what the timing is going to be on this You Can Do It, the quick guide that is going to be available to the public. We're getting a lot of people from the public asking, how can I do it? And I'm hopeful that we can have just a very small guide that we could easily direct people to, rather than a voluminous thing of lots of data, etc. So my hope is that we could get a response on when we might expect to have that ADU pamphlet. And then finally, on the referral regarding funding options to increase the pavement conditions, just want to make sure that we're still on track for staff to present the preliminary recommendations in December, as it's noted in the referral matrix, that we're not going to have that one pushed back, but that's going to be ready in December. So thank you for letting me weigh in on the referrals.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I'm going to look, I know on the ADU question, I remember during the presentation we were told that what had been put together was quite ugly and was good enough for us, but not for the public. Brandon Swanson reminded me of that joke last week when I poked fun at something else. So I'm not sure if, I know Brandon's not on the call, but I don't know if Carl has an update on that particular item for us.
No, Mr. Chair, I don't have the specifics on that to provide. We can provide it with the next referral update.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so with that, we will go ahead and open general public comments. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda. We're going to go ahead and give 2 minutes per speaker. We ask that if you're participating via Zoom, you use the raise hand function. If you are participating via landline on the Zoom, *9 will also raise your hand and let us know you wish to be recognized to make a comment. So at this point, I see nobody coming forward in room, so I will turn to the Zoom, and I see a hand up from Mr. Jake Odello. Mr. Odello, we're going to go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 2-minute public comment with this board.
Good morning, Board Chair Lopez and Board of Supervisor members. My name is Jake Odello. I'm a homeowner in Carmel Valley, and I work in our local agriculture industry. I speak to you today in favor of Supervisor Adams' referral to county staff to look into the viability of the Carmel Valley Airfield as an emergency staging area to ensure public safety and disaster response capacity. The fires this summer showed us just how connected we all are as a county. We saw numerous residents of our county displaced due to loss of homes and structures. It was our neighboring communities that provided refuge for many of us that had to evacuate or are still displaced. Some of us turned to communities in South County, others turned to communities along our coast and to the north. I see the Carmel Valley Airfield as an opportunity to ensure public safety for not just Carmel Valley, but also communities along the 68 corridor, parts of Salinas and South County, and finally parts of our South Coast. This opportunity is not just a District 5 issue, but in fact one that can benefit a majority of our county. I encourage action on Supervisor Adams' referral and look forward to discussions on creating a solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. I see no other hands up via the Zoom, so we're going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board. We're going to move into our 10:30 scheduled matters, which begin with a briefing and update on our fires in Monterey County, which will kick off with Mr. Nick Chulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, board members. We have 4 items that we'd like to go over with you briefly this morning having to do with the fires. The first is an update on the Dolan fire itself by Gary Millay. The second is a post-fire debris cleanup update by Kelsey Scanlon. then a discussion about the public safety power shutoff impending by Mr. Millay, and then some very brief information from the Air Quality District regarding air quality in the next few days. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Nick. This is Gary Millay. Can you hear me, board members?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Update on the Dolan fire is relatively static. The containment is still at 98%. The incident command team is in the process of downgrading the personnel assigned to the fire because it is relatively contained at 98%. They are continuing to work the interior mop-ups of the incident, and they are assisting in getting Cal OES and FEMA into their area to do damage assessments and property assessments so that they can initiate the cleanup process of damaged structures for both phase 1 and phase 2. And that's all I have on that report. If there's any questions.
Any questions from board members? All right, seeing no hands up, we'll keep rolling, and I believe our next presentation is from Kelsey Scanlon. Just to be clear, I'll open it up for public comment after the 4 presentations to the board. At this point, we'll open it up to Kelsey for a post-fire debris cleanup update.
Yes, if Gary Millay is still on the call while we're looking for Kelsey Scanlon. Gary, do you want to give an update on the public safety power shutoff, please?
Okay, Nick. Also, if we can't get Kelsey back on, I can give her update also. Board members, as you are probably aware, PG&E has announced the 48-hour requirement to notify the county that they potentially plan a public safety power shutdown starting on Wednesday of this week. The areas that they have indicated would be impacted are the coastline areas of Big Sur and Carmel Highlands. I want to stress that at this point, that is just the probable shutdown. It is not a definite. So that's the thing that we need to keep in mind. But if they do have the shutdown as intended, it is going to be everything south of Peter Pan Road in the Highlands to Dolan Road past Big Sur. That's the Otters 1101 circuit that it runs through that area that is going to be shut down. So as with many of the PSPSs that affect our county, it is not necessarily the poor weather along the coastline, but the poor weather more inland that affects a circuit that has to be decommissioned that does affect our coastline. So I'm open for questions on that if anybody has any.
Questions from board members at this point? Supervisor Adams.
Yes, thank you. Could you please tell me the date again, Gary?
They are planning to do the shutdown Wednesday between 8 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. And it is anticipated that if they do the shutdown, it will last until Friday between 8 p.m. and midnight.
Wow. And then,
so basically 2 days.
Right. And then can you tell me what methods they're taking to communicate this information?
They notify the Office of Emergency Services, and then we trigger all of the notifications that we do, both in Alert Monterey and Nixle and through our social media. We have included, reactivated our PSPS webpage on the county link as well as the OES webpage. I know that PG&E as a private company notifies all of the consumers that use their services that are affected individually. And in this case, there's just under 1,100 customers that will be without power. So they will get a separate notification from PG&E, as well as PG&E posting it on their webpage and their portal.
Thank you so much for that. Great.
You're welcome. Additional questions from board members at this juncture? All right, seeing no hands up, we'll go back to Nick.
And I believe, Mr. Chairman, I believe we have Kelsey Scanlon back in the meeting. She was resent the Zoom link. Julian, is she on the screen there? Perhaps we could ask Mr. Millay to give the update on the post-fire debris. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. As you're all aware, last week we started phase 1 with the EPA. They have continued to tell us that that process will take 4 to 6 weeks to complete all 3 of the fires. They started in the Carmel fire, and as soon as they finish those properties, they will move to the River fire and then on to the Dolan fire. As I mentioned, the last report, or Kelsey mentioned the last report, the phase 2 cleanup has been approved between Cal OES and FEMA, and the details on that will be released relatively soon, so that property owners have a decision to either opt into the government program or can opt out. And I know that the county officials are currently developing the guidelines for property owners if they wish to opt out of the phase 2, and those will be released relatively soon.
Any questions from board members on those details? All right, seeing no hands up, back to you, Mr. Chulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last item having to do with the fire situation in general is I had a conversation with Richard Stedman this morning, the director of the Air District, and I asked Richard if there was an anticipated air quality impact due to the wind conditions and the fires in Northern California. He indicated that their modeling does not show any significant impact at this point. However, their modeling only goes out 48 hours. So he indicated they'd be keeping an eye on that. They will issue appropriate notifications if things begin to change. But they weren't foreseeing major health-related air quality impacts at this point in time. And that concludes the staff's presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chulos. Any additional questions from supervisors? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and turn to the public and see if the public has any input on these presentations. Remind folks via the Zoom to please use the raise hand function. If you're participating via landline or cell phone, *9 raises your hand and lets us know you wish to be recognized. I see a hand up from Mr. Michael DeLappa. Mr. DeLappa, we're going to go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 2-minute public comment with this board.
I would like to share a PowerPoint if I could. Hello?
We're going to go ahead. I'm here. We're going to go ahead and promote you over to the other side of the panel, and you'll be able to share your screen. We'll restart your time as soon as you have the PowerPoint up via the share screen function. I think Mr. Lorenzana needs to pull down his share screen to allow it.
Okay. And can you confirm that that's sharing?
Yep, we can see your screen. It hasn't been started yet as a presentation, but we're going to go ahead and start your 2 minutes now.
Okay, great. So I wanted to talk with you about fires and climate change. I pulled this presentation together last night from a 30-minute climate change talk that I give, and I'm going to see how far I get through this in the next 2 minutes. So my main messages to you are the science of climate change is indisputable. Things are going to get hotter and drier. The fires that we saw this year are going to worsen and repeat. The county, and indeed every county, has largely ignored climate change and fires, and we want to offer some policy recommendations for how you might move forward in thinking about these things. So the specific policy goals we would suggest are saving people's lives, and that includes people that both live and are forced to go into these areas. saving their property, which is really part of their lives, saving money, which the county and others have to continue to spend on, going in and trying to fight these fires. So our specific recommendations are to establish a moratorium on projects and subdivisions in the high-risk fire zones. Require the new reconstruction meets the highest standards of fire resistance and safety. Try to create incentives for homeowners to get out of these properties and cut their losses, because indeed they are going to continue to suffer losses no matter what we do. And then downzone areas and fire zones, so any future development is at a very low density. So consider, firefighters are really an invaluable and limited resource. Every time the county or any jurisdiction approves a project in an indefensible area, it decreases the resources for those who live in defensible places. I want to
Thank you, Mr. DeLapa. We've gone over the 2 minutes. We
Okay.
appreciate your public comment. We're going to go ahead and stop the share screen now and see if we have any additional hands raised for public comment at this point. I see no other hands up, so we'll go ahead and close the public comment and bring it back to the board. This was simply an informational presentation, but I'll see if there's any additional comments from board members. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Would it be possible for us to get a copy of Mr. DeLapa's PowerPoint presentation?
I believe he can share it if he wishes. I don't believe it's been submitted yet to the county, but if it is, then we'll make sure that it gets distributed out.
Great. Thank you very much.
And then I saw Supervisor Phillips unmute himself. Comment?
Yeah, it just brings I agree with some of the things that were said, and it emphasizes that we have to do a better job about forest management and making sure that we have defensible space and have our properties protected. And that kind of dovetails with what we're going to be talking about this afternoon with LAVCO and the fire district. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. All right, seeing no additional hands up, we'll go ahead and move forward to recessing to closed session. I'll turn to council.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members of the board. I sent a second invite for the continued closed session scheduled to commence at 11:30. So join when you can, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, everybody. We will reconvene here at 1:30 for the afternoon session with the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Moreno. See that you're on. Are you able to hear me? Hello, Dr. Moreno. Okay, I have to promote you as a panelist. All right, you should be able to speak now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I was hoping to get a link that sends me straight to a panelist, like with closed session. When I click the link that Les sends out, I go straight to panelist mode. Is that possible?
Yeah, so I actually went into the system and I deleted you, and then we added you back on. Let me confirm that we have the right email address for you. Do you have a PowerPoint presentation that you'll be presenting today?
Right.
Is it possible to send it to us when you get a chance?
Yeah, we have embargoed information on there, so that's why once the state approves it or announces it, that's when we can release it. And it could change, and it has changed. They have made last minute changes, so we don't know. It's not final until the state actually makes it public.
Okay. Well, just as soon as you're able to send it to us, because we have to forward that to the Board of Supervisors.
Sure. Right.
Okay. Thank you.
So the link that I have doesn't. Are you going to send me another link?
Yeah. So let me confirm the email address that we have for you. So it's morenoel@co.monterey.ca.us.
Correct.
All right. So the way that we have you is the same as we have everyone else. Just remember that it's not going to be coming from me. It's going to be an automated email from Zoom. So if you like maybe overlooked it, or if you deleted that thinking it was spam or something, let me resend it to you right now. You should be receiving it within a few seconds.
Board of Supervisors meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll log off and try to get back on?
Yeah, so just by clicking on that single link, you'll be added as a panelist.
Okay, so it says click here to join. That one?
Yeah. And then since this is a recurring meeting, I won't have to be sending that link to you every single time. As long as you're listed as a panelist, that link should be active and working at all times.
It worked this time. Looks like it worked.
Okay.
I logged off the other one and logged on, clicked it again.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to like save that email on your desktop. That way, you know, on Tuesday, when Tuesday comes, you could open it and use that same link.
Right. Okay, great.
All right.
All right, thank you for your help.
All right, you're welcome.
All right, bye.
you up and the phone is back. So do I need to do anything with that? Just, somewhere close to where you're speaking. Okay. It seems pretty good right now. And then the mic on and off? That's if you want to mute. That's if you do your speaker, but it's.